Good afternoon, everyone. It's Sparks here, back for more Final Fantasy XIV. Last time around, we visited the Gold Saucer and continued our investigation into the kidnappings. We have now identified that the Amaja are involved, and we will be going to deal with them. But first, I just want to unlock a dungeon. This is a completely optional dungeon. It's also how you seek, you need seek no further. Permit me to tell you something of this place. The name comes from an ancient tongue. Halatali meaning the land of many shadows. It was here that our distant ancestors first settled. You have not come all this way for a lesson in history. Listen. Do you not hear the howls and growls? Do you not feel how they shake the very earth beneath you? Those sounds are the work of no wind, my friend, nor that rumbling doing of any shadow. Those are the calls of Halatali, for now the beasts once kept for the Colosseum lurk here. And these are no gentle beasts broken by the hand of man. No, there are those within that even the might of the immortal flames cannot tame. From the look of you, you must be Arbor. I have received word from Nedrick that you might be along. By his recommendation, I grant you leave to enter freely. I only pray you're able to find your way out. I'm gonna go get the buttons. Yay. Now. Insufficient level. We must be at least minimum level 20 to enter Halatali. So we're gonna continue with the main scenario. And by the time we finish that, we should be caught up. Also, that'll probably refresh in the course of this. Probably won't. I might do it on stream, I might not. I might do it during the break I'll take around dinner time. We'll see. Either way, we'll definitely get some stuff done. Your Arbor is Zem of the Silence. My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Amalja and prize from them the whereabouts of the abductees. The lizardmen aren't aware that their man Ungos has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, they'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can employ only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much and more of the Amalja plot if the mission succeeds, Arbert. Let's make sure it does. Alright. Let's do it. Okay. We may have to fight our way through a few of these imps to get there. Yeah, that one's right now. And we'll have to fight past that corpse. Proceed. Yeah. I'll be fine. Is the bait in place? Our man is in position, sir. Good. We make our move as soon as the emerald job here. Yes, sir. What is the meaning of this? Wait, something's amiss. Ah, traitors, of course. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I elude the Immortal Flame's clutches for moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed it? It was almost as if someone was feeding me information from the inside. Your every movement was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat well, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. Great. Should have stopped him, jeez. Whatever. But your friends will keep you company. Filthy traitors, when I get my hands on you. That was all of his allies. How long will you last, I wonder? Other way, stay sharp, man. The show's only just beginning. Alright, that's getting into a leader. Stopping. Put up your weapon or your comrade's a dead man. Behind you! Who saved me? Or not. That was a sleep spell. I have been captured. Bring him. The rest of you, march. Traitorous scum. Yep, they sure are. Well, that's duty complete. I fear the Amaljan mean to give us to their god as an offer. If I must die, then let me die a soldier's death, with steel in hand. Ooh, yes, we can do this one solo. Yay! But will I do it with this class or switch to a different one? Well, my options are either this one or Conjurer. And I think I'd rather do this as the tech. Is that right? Or I could do it as a Rogue or an Arcanist, but I think I'll do it as a Marauder. Then I'll do Halatali as a Conjurer. Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. O mighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you. Grace us with your divine presence. Oh, there's Ifrit. Ifrit, love it. Oh, mighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not your godhead. If it pleases you, Lord, scorch their heathen souls with your cleansing flame, and mark them as your own. Bloody hells. Bring those two as well. What's going on? This ain't what we agreed. None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. No, spare me, I beg you! Pitiful children of man, by my breath, I claim you. Arise once more as my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. O mighty Ifrit, my one true God, your words are my bread. Impossible! By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another. Yes, that's the only explanation. Yep, that's true. It is the correct explanation as well. Our soul belongs to Hydaelyn. She protects us. Forsooth, thy frail mortal frame can serve as vessel to the blessing of but one. Yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thy legion waxes clear. Thou art of the godless blessed's number. The paragons warned of thine aberrant kind. Thy existence is not to be suffered. scion in relation to people helping us. Come to the Inferno. Deploy the Inferno layer before inflicting God of power. My soul shall burn for eternity. Thou art strong, mortal. A decent enough fight. We nearly killed it, so Lancer, if you want to use our limit break, anytime would be good. Ooh, another crystal. Our mystic seal is about to get stronger. Pray forgive my lateness. It's good you were late. I was delayed by a congregation of Amaja zealots. I swear each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent lot. Wow. Just embed some daggers in them. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting captives. No less than I'd expect from the Flame General's hand-picked men. As for those two, it is fair to say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology, Arbor. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would never have left you to face it alone. Been given a veritable baptism of fire. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings. Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir. So, that was the mighty Ifrit. Huh, don't remember this. Or him having his mask on. What disappointment he was. The readings are nowhere near what I had anticipated, even taking old Dawn interference into account. We should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland, given the troubles of court. We have only ourselves to rely upon. Ever the pessimist, my dear Livia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. That meter of yours is too old to give any readings worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read. I take your point. Suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge we've achieved our primary objective. I find that I am troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Be able to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. Damn. Huh. I never noticed her mask. One of the eyes of it is completely covered, suggesting that she's lost an eye at some point. With allies like that, beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. Yeah, I really don't remember this at all. Oh well. Time to leave the duty. Ah, there you are, Bert. Come rest a while. You will have no better opportunity. After witnessing their god's ignominious defeat, the Amalja will be less inclined to risk our battle. For a time, at least. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. They arrived too late to be of any use, to you or the attendants. They may be whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds. For once a man is tempted, but it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst all our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, by your hand no less. That is a deed of no ordinary individual, Arbor. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. Like I say, my fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Vigilia will be proud beyond all reckoning when she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to my bearing you tidings to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest. Take some time to relax and return to waking sounds when you are good and ready. They discuss matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. Too right you are. I am going to go ahead and go to do Halantali as this class. Maybe I can get some better gear out of the journey. We'll see. All I know is that if I finish it, I can add Halatali to the list of dungeons that'll pop up for dungeon roulette, and I want that to happen. I'll do it as this class and then switch to the healer class for main scenario. Enter Halatali with a party of NPCs. Doing it as a tank is definitely the best way for me to go for this. And here we go. Sweep through the area, showing myself very everything that's been unleashed. Or at least everything that's been unleashed in the first area. Yeah, going forward we'll probably have scions. What is that? First set of group defeated. I realize I can actually probably get 2 groups together. Whoa, okay. So apparently I can't. The healer that's been assigned to this mission is awful. Can the bots just stop already? It's really frustrating. Okay, we'll deal with one group at a time, I guess, because I don't have an effective healer, apparently. We will be exploring every offshoot and tunnel that this place has to offer. I've done this before. I don't think I've ever come up this way. So, I didn't know there was a chest up here. I guess it shows you how little most people who play these dungeons explore. Okay, we got a new weapon for Pugilist. That could be better than the weapon we have already. That's good. I think I can at least afford to get that. There we go. Conjurer. I think the AI for this dungeon might be a bit off. Well, here's the first boss fight. This area looks like it's been altered from when I previously did it. I remember there being like a big bonfire in the center of the room. Oh yeah, this fight's definitely changed. It used to be that little... used to be when you did this, ads would spawn and make their way towards the bonfire in the center of the room. And yeah. Okay, that is going to be a better headpiece than the one I have currently. So, that'll be good. Okay, so we started there, made our way along here, down to here, and then it's teleported us to the other side of the green door. But it contained the item we just obtained earlier in this same dungeon. I swear, it would be nice if they programmed it so that, at the very least, you couldn't gain the same item the same time. Or just remove items that all members of the party already obtained. It would be good if the actual rest of the party was wearing, like, similar gear to what I have. chain winch time. Please be a chest. Nope, totally wrong. And it blew itself up. Another group down. Thought I see a chest down there. Yeah, I'm gonna be checking the map continuously now because of the whole. I don't really remember exploring a lot of these properly. Ooh, hello. Yep, that was the trousers from this one. So that's good. It is better than what we had. If we hit level 25, we'll have a better helmet as well. Well, I don't know if the interject would have done anything, but I should try next time. Does nothing. Maybe stunning will work. I would like to know what enemies interject actually works on. Huh. So that's nothing. Oh well. Shame. Well, next fight. Definitely a dungeon where ranged DPS has an advantage. Fights also changed. For the most part, it's the same, but it used to be that during the electrical part, it would also throw out the, what's the word? It would throw out ads. But it removed. Which I'm fine with. Okay, was that something for me? Yes, actually it was. Not entirely happy with it, but hey, better gear is better gear. Okay. I was thinking when spawning it, I went too fast anyway. That's it. We visited every room in Halatali. Ooh, here we go. Boss fight. I wonder how this boss fight compares to its original. Burning Lord again. Playing pound again. Should save that mitigation. It's fine. Healer can keep me alive. Delete. Yeah, we've reached level 24. So, yay for Marauder. We'll switch over to Conjurer now. And oh, I have an MGB P voucher. Why haven't I used it yet? Anyways. Let's continue. Triumphant hero returns. Sanko told us the news upon his arrival. His friend Solar gave him a full report to Lane and Philia. You should join them at once. Lane and Philia is most eager to see you. And we get a new wristband, which I'll obviously replace the one I have with. My late arrival nearly cost Arbor his life. I wasn't there when the Amalja took him prisoner. I wasn't there when they served him to Ifrit. If you had been there, you probably would have been tempered, so it's best you weren't. Yes, by some miracle he survived. That does not excuse the fact that he should never have had to face such dangers alone. I failed him utterly, just as I'm failing you all. What's done is done, Thancred. You can ill blame yourself for every... Arbor, it's so good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I had just finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You have done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet part of me believes that I had no cause to fear. And now we can put paid to our long investigation. As we suspected, the Amalja undertook both the robbery and the abduction with the aim of summoning their primal Ifrit. Nor is this tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa, Liminsa, and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume ether if they are to maintain their presence here. The stronger they become, the more ether they require. Now, ether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life and permeates the very air that we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of ether, crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be traced back to a primal. Which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well with the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of ether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primal cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon toward which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It's this coming together or etheric coalition lessons, which grants the being's physical form. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. But primals are seldom satisfied with self-reverence, as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Yet, even as he fortook your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. This is thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. We know not the why of it, but all those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. It's because we're already tempered by Hydaelyn, who is, technically, a primal. It is as though a greater power protects us. When first you came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now begin to see why. The recent incidents all share a common trait, meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development. the one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief at your safe return. The Immortal Flames assured me that they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite, Arbor. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who felled Ifrit, I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Whether she intended to or no, Ophelia neglected to tell you something. Something I think it would be best you heard from one of us. It concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. I desire to report that all are to be put to death. The flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information must not be made known to the public. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other recourse. Once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence on the strength of the primal whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we Silence continue our fight, but no more innocents need be sacrificed. I hope that you will continue to stand with us, Ardbert. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses his people suffered. Until next time. Gods forgive me, how many more lives? Whose one would never have allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. Huh. I don't remember him being like that. I don't know if they adjusted the earlier writing of him when they were redoing things in order to make it more consistent. Or if it's just that his voiceover scenes where he acts more like this Playboy type character just stuck in my mind more. Probably that's what it is. Ophelia's wearing a white smile. Might it have something to do with your newfound fame? Until not so very long ago, you were but one of the many adventurers seeking to make their way in Anglesia. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward, confirming to Ishtola that Silence would benefit from your aid. No sooner had you joined us than you personally bested the primal Ifrit. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in so doing. Alas, fame does not come without price, as you will soon discover. We have guests, Arward. Or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons. Her name Ophelia, radiant as always. I am given to understand that the Silence and Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limsa Leminsa, to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, Arbert, your recent exploits have garnered you the attention of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have Ifrit's bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard for you. I find myself wondering how word of Arbor's deeds spread so quickly. The Immortal Flame should know of his triumph to be expected. What of the other grand companies? Beep! Your reputation precedes you, Master Azem. 'Tis no ordinary man who can face a primal and emerge the victor. The Order of the Twin Adders has need of valiant men such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace ever reigns over the Twelveswood. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you, Master Azem. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. A man of your talent belongs to the Immortal Flames. Join your strength to our his friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for all Da. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said you have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend. As do many others in Limsa. Long before the rest of the Eorzea took note, your name was well known to us, owing to your valorous deeds on behalf of our citizens. It is only natural that we should want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, together let us see the grand vessel of Limsa Laminsa to the shore of glory. Obviously I'm joining Limsa. Don't think that was up for debate. Lady Minfilia. Very well. Though I am quite sure you need not no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help to clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technical resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in the Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa Laminsa, the Order of the Twin Adders of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Ul'dah. Serving a Grand Company means serving a nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which will prove useful to you in your other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best deserves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your allegiance at a later date, you are entitled to do so. Yet, I can see that it is no small choice you face. Of course, you will of course recall that the 3 city-states are planning to hold remembrance services. Well, as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers? A fine suggestion. You are as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well. Let Arbert hear our leader speak, then return here with his decision. I'm joining Limsa. Eagerly await your answer. Also, I think they have one of the nicer uniforms. I like the blue of the Ul'dah uniform, but the hat throws me off. Because this is consistent. Red hat, red and black hat, red and black outfit. This one, though, is green hat, blue undercoat, greenish gloves, brown wrap. This one's just all shades of yellow and orange. So, this one's a bit more consistent than this one. But this one, I think, is the best one in terms of overall aesthetics. I know full well the adventurers are by their nature liberty-loving breed, and not best suited for the discipline of military service. But I strongly urge you to join a Grand Company nonetheless. While the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, Albert. And with it, you are capable of doing untold good. You know, great powers want to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill. You must needs be on the lookout for them. However vigilant you are but one man. In the midst of a Grand Company, however, you will be one man amongst many, a friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we continue to rely upon your aid. 12 know that we will have need of it in the days ahead. The Grand Companies seek to protect their own nations. We Sounds, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similarly, yet not quite the same. Now, I expect that you will be afield more often in the future. As such, would have you carry this link pro with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch regardless of location. Eorzea is changing, Albert, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we can't achieve. Now, it's time you may be ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak with Tataru. He will apprise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. Okay. I'm sorry about all the attention you're getting, Arbor. I might have sung your praise a little too loudly and often to a few too many people. Next time I'll be sure to hold my tongue, literally if necessary. And I expect you want to know where and when the remembrance services are taking place. If all goes to plan, Gudarnia Grand Company, the Order of Twin Adder, will hold the first of the 3 services. And Elder Seatsier Connie Senna will deliver her address at my Kyoto amphitheater. I should probably mention at this point that due to the organizational challenge involved assembling all of the involved parties, it's possible that the order of services might change. Still, there's much we can do about that, so make Gridania your first port of call. Next, you'll need to go to Old Dal, where Flame Captain Raubon Al-Din will be addressing the masses of the Royal Promenade. Oh, and it's rumored there's to be a special guest. How exciting! Last but not least, you must make your way to the stateroom in Limsa, where Maelstrom Chief Admiral Merwiv Blofswin will be giving her address. The room is accessible by the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself to the sentry, Zamthale, and he will admit you. Got all that? Well, off you go then. I hope you find the remembrance services suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order, though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may change in favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell. Yeah, basically, you can go in whatever order you want, but you're technically supposed to do it in a specific order. Well, I am going to go ahead and do that. So we'll go to Gridania first. Before we start anything, though, what's this? The house that Death built. Is there another dungeon or something? I'm going to go see what the story is with that. Marojiro has a glut of gossip he has been dying to share with someone. If you're poking around looking for work, you must be a venturer too, am I right? You won't find much here, I'm afraid. It seems the only thing people talk about these days is a nasty bit of business down near Issamhar. Surely you've heard the stories of a strange pearl suddenly appearing in the ruins down there? Hey, don't give me that look. I'm only telling you what I overheard from the whalers. They say on the other end of it is some sort of labyrinth. The thing is, every time they go down there to map the place out, nothing is the same. A mystery if I've ever heard one. Frankly, I'm more than happy to let it stay a mystery. Strange apparitions, booby-trapped corridors, that is nothing short of suicide. Still, the prospect of treasure is awfully tempting. Don't take my word for it, though. Head down to Issamhar, you can hear it straight from the Chocobo's mouth. South Shroud, which we'd have to walk to, because we've never been there before. Yeah, later. Any other quests in this region that hasn't been visited yet? No. So, we'll fast travel to the Conjurer's room. So we can do the story that's there. Because we made it to level 20, so... Also, we've got another botanist quest. Any other classes that are ready to do more quests? Leatherworker can do level 5 and 10. And that's it, really. We'll do them next after. We'll go and take it. Ugh. Greetings, Arbert. You radiate the confidence of conjurer who neglects not his study of the elements. I confess I have no lesson for you to learn this day. Instead, I would ask that you aid me in the education of another. Yes, to speak of Sylvie. After no small amount of prompting, bordering on coercion, the child has finally promised to attempt to embrace the forces of nature. I'm afraid the matter is not so easily resolved. Sylvia has never attempted to learn the basic offensive spells that you and most other conjurers master before first venturing into the world. As such, she is ill-equipped to undertake the trials which furnished you and your peers with an understanding of the elements. Put simply, she is no match for the tainted spirits of nature. But if a more capable conjurer were to accompany her and purify the corruption in her stead, it may yet serve to impress upon her the power of the forces at work. And would you take her on pilgrimage around the 12th week and give her the opportunity to witness these confrontations firsthand? Earth, wind, water, she must know them all. Show her the majesty and primal ferocity of nature. As it was with you, let Earth be her first lesson. Sylvia waits you at Bench Branch Meadows. Pray forgive my presumption, but I thought it best to send her on ahead while her conviction remains strong. Once you have located the patch of corrupted soil at Bench Branch, draw forth the tainted spirit and let her witness its struggle that ensues. The elements aid you in this endeavor, Alfred. You can do. We need to go to Bench Branch Meadows for other things as well. But we'll walk over to the... Actually, we don't need to walk to the amphitheater. But we will switch to Archer. And fast travel to the Archer's Guild. You come at a good time, Arbor. I have a task for you. A petition has arrived from the proprietor of Buscaron's Druthers, out in the South Shroud. The petitioner, Buscaron himself, has requested our assistance in dealing with a gang of poachers. I'd have the three of you meet with him and investigate his claims. The three of us, you need Arma, myself, and... It would be better if I went alone this year. My co-twin, the other one, will only encumber me. I love how they wrote that line specifically to make sure that no matter what you were playing as, he'd still be awkward about it. I do wonder how he'd react if you were also the same race as him. No, so there. You will go as three. Also, it's past time you recognized Arbor as a fellow archer. I will not. I have held my tongue on the matter of his continued presence here. I will bend no further. Who in the Seven Hells do you think you are, the Lord Lewin? In case you've forgotten. You aren't even a quiverman anymore. That may be, but I have shed blood defending our borders, unlike you, savage. Savage? You know nothing about me. Bigoted son of a... Enough! But one more word and you shall have cause to regret your petulance. The three of you will go to Busman's Brothers in the South Shroud. Now, out of my sight. I respect her for calling people out. It needs to be done. Alright, so we'll switch to the Lancer. And fast travel to the Lancer's Guild to take up the next level of quest there. Let's check something. Do I already have one? No, I don't. I would expect you are. You have been training hard, I trust. I'm getting a call. One moment. I will be right back. Sorry, that was just called out something. Hopefully they try. I missed it and then near the toilet. Hopefully they try again later because it's related to me, to us wanting to move and trying to sort out movers. I would set you your next trial, one more dangerous than any you have faced before. I will not send an unprepared man to his death. Before we proceed, I need to verify your progress with my own eyes. You will face 3 experienced lancers in single combat. Defeat each one in succession, and you will prove yourself fit to undertake the trial. Arm yourself and take your place in the training area. We begin when you are ready. Next. Well done, Artbert. Impressive, Artbert. Most impressive. You're ready to face the trial. Yeah, I did not exaggerate when I said it would be dangerous. Make no mistake. To take this test is to risk death. Knowing this, do you still wish to proceed? Yes. You disappoint me. Back again, are you? That man is the only soul as pathetic excuse for a guild who shows any promise. Which is why I counseled him to leave. Alas, he chose to remain in your house and pray things. Such a waste. This guild has outlived its purpose. I need to see its doors shut and barred for good. If you wish to object, I invite you to do so with lance in hand. You do not want for confidence, sir. Answer me this. What grudge do you hold against us? For what reason did you choose this of all crusaders? I suspect cravens will proclaim their courage. Like nothing better than to crush them. That is my reason. Well, the fixity of your purpose is clear, even if your reasoning is not. So be it. Suffice it to say, you will not have your way without a fight. Oh, but do not presume that I will be your opponent. No, you must face the lancer over whom you so grandly claimed mentorship. The one man among us whose potential you condescend to acknowledge. Albert shall represent us all. As guildmaster, I wager the fate of the guild upon his lance. Ha! Do as you will, coward. It is your guild to throw away. You may even set the terms of the contest. Well, Albert is here to undertake a trial. I challenge you to complete the task before he does. You will travel to the East Shroud and prove your courage before the Lord of the Bramble Patch. He is a giant amongst boars, unrivaled in strength and savagery, and ruler over all his kind. You must go before this fearsome creature and stand your ground. Know, though, the Lord of the Bramble Patch will not grant an audience with just anyone. Must needs present him an offering of the bloody tusks of his subjects. The wild boars inhabit his domain. When you have prepared your offering, leave it upon an area of trampled earth. Drawn to the stench of blood, the Lord of the Bramble Patch will soon appear. That is all. Are there any questions? No, that's it. Sounds good. No? Let the trial commence. Seems easy enough. Alright, the only other one who I can do more quests for is the leather worker. Because everything else is not a high enough level yet. Getting used to that knife I gave you? Gods know it doesn't happen very often, but you've chanced to find me unoccupied. How about you show me what you've learned? Let's see you make 3 leather chokers. After all, there's more work craft than simply tanning hides, and chokers are just about the simplest thing you can make. And those stickers of leather and animal sinew to accomplish your task. Allsmith can provide the sinew, and I'm sure you recall the method of making leather. But I proof since last time. While you have ample stock of skins, there are other means of procuring your pelt. Hunting for your own pelts, for instance. I know. I said about that before, but that was about assuming it was necessary. Choosing to do so is another matter. Indeed, I may teach you to appreciate the source of your livelihood. Not all leather workers want to choose this method, but you are an adventurer, are you not? When you finish your work, bring your chokers in for inspection. Okay? Well, I have everything except enough annual seeds. I'll need to buy at least one more. So, you. Provide me with... There. Now. Well, we've done it. That was easy. You finished your work then? I suppose there is no denying that these are leather chokers. Truth be told, an Apple could have achieved similar results given skin, sinew, and time. Oh, but I don't mean to make light of your efforts. You fulfilled the order precisely as requested. Job well done. Now then, we'll choose something to supplement your learning. Through physical training, the body can be made strong and resistant to injury. Not so the throat, whichever remains a vulnerable point. Although a leather choker provides less protection than a metal gorget, its simple design makes it ideal for everyday application. Simplicity also makes it an ideal choice for beginners practicing basic techniques, and for guild masters assessing their progress. As you are, you will make a passable leather worker, one among the nameless multitudes who scrape a living out there. Whether you rise to become something more is contingent upon your efforts. Consider this, amateurs, all a reward for your efforts. You'll find you did an indispensable partner to the head knife as you continued your training. Now let's return to my work. If you chance to find me unoccupied again, mayhap I will teach you something else. Till then, keep your nose to the grindstone. How are your techniques coming along? If you honestly think you've improved, I have a new task for you. Before that, let me ask, are you familiar with the Yenio brand? Are you not? Of course, how silly of me. Even an adventurer hailing from distant lands should know the most famous brand of leather goods in the world here. Anyway, all goods sold under the distinguished Yenio brand name are crafted by none other than our leather workers. We've been asked to fill in an especially large order in short notice, so our stores of hard leather are nearly depleted. I was considering how best to handle the situation when you arrived. I'm sure you see where this is going. A dozen circles of hard leather as fast as you can make them. Quickly, now go. Oh, conveniently I already have them. Because I made loads earlier. Oh, that's convenient. Well, well. These are better than I expected. It is more difficult to boil leather than to tan it. The process results in a stronger, more durable product. These properties make hard leather the material of choice for those who prefer stouter armor. The fruit of your labor shall serve the guild well, as training materials for new initiates. seem troubled. Surely did not imagine that your leather would be used in the construction of valuable goods. Gods no. Only our elite leather workers, handpicked by me, are permitted to make wares that bear the fenial name. While we had enough hard leather to complete the fenial commission, some of the materials used, despite being of excellent quality, were originally intended to be distributed as practice materials. As such, initial supplies ran dangerously low. Come now, there is no call to be disheartened. Do you not see that in furnishing the beginners with supplies, you have proven that you are no longer a beginner? You have given them that which they could not make themselves. When you first arrived, I would never have entrusted you with such a task. Make no mistake, you are improving. By this rate, my great-great-grandchildren may yet commission you to make a shoe sole, or even two. Speaking of commissions, I think you have proven yourself sufficiently skilled to handle orders without my supervision. Go and see Gontran and the Caroline Company if you're interested in taking on a few guild moves. You would gain much in the experience and earn yourself some coin besides. Enough chat. Come and see me again when you have further refined your technique. Oh, and if you make it during my lifetime, I dare say you'll find me in a more talkative mood. Well, that's that one done. We'll go and do the quests for, these ones and later. Let's see. What my leveling up right now is combat. Time are we at? Are we at? No, we're not past 4 o'clock yet. Ugh.
I lost my son to the calamity.
The 3 seed seers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Jeez. Yeah, they added actual lines to this because originally there weren't. I don't think it was just a muttering. Having actual lines makes it more interesting.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelves Wood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Iconic outfits now.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seed Seer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
I do. You sound so weird.
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelves Wood.
Yeah. The other 2 seed seers actually serve as our mentors when we eventually get our promotions.
When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder, that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat.
Hmm.
5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters.
Time was a man could walk the highroads without fear.
On this day, 5 years
I do
ago,
love her jewelry.
countless
Looks
Eorzeans
really nice.
laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
I'm pretty sure the bit with the green gemstone is an actual necklace piece, while the rest of it is just part of the rest of her outfit. They do look like they're separate.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
Oof, how to say.
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you, join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children!
Woods will be done.
It's up to us to protect the
All
forest.
the elementals!
Bloody tree huggers. If I had started in Gridania, I'd consider joining them, but I didn't.
If you'll permit me, Alfie, no.
Hello, Alfeo.
And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
Sorry, he sounds so wrong. I know this is his original voice, but still. The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with two of these tribes. The Ixal are unquestionably in trouble, being a natural warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Sylph, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent. I have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians, until recently at least. Alas, they have grown aloof. The change observed is roughly the time they summoned the primal Ramu. And if the Gridanians have no love for war, they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixal ever more regularly, you may be assured they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylph, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. But people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. And how long will that take? Centuries, I wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to an all-out war. And when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventure prove to them then? Okay. Job specific gear, quest rewards, gender specific gear. Ceremony attire. Okay. Deals and spoils. Don't I have these? Yeah. Silver chocobo exchange. Which can get me the doctor stuff. 6, 7, 8, 9. Do I want to? I mean, it would save me some time in the fact that I already have all the weapons, but nah. I think I'd be better off waiting and using them for other things. Well, we finished the Gridania bit. so let's go ahead and see about these quests. So that one takes us over to Hawthorne Hut. Okay. Got a few in Bench Branch Meadow. There's a Central Shroud. Sylphie's trial, and so you want to be a jockey. Do both quests. Aha! We're almost there. Another one for the races, eh? Welcome, welcome. Once you've made your decision, I'll prepare the registration form you'll need to take back to the race counter. Bless you, warrior. Chocobos are all quality stock. They might not seem like much at first, being young and inexperienced, but give them a chance and they'll win you a championship. Check registration form, blah blah. You're still here? I reckon you'd have run off by now, being eager to try your hand at the races and whatnot. In case you've forgotten, I'll reiterate, you need to deliver that form to the race counter in the gold saucer. We'll then allow to enter sanctioned chocobo races. We'll do that when we teleport to Oda. In fact, we'll teleport to the gold saucer first and go turn that in. Hey, Sylphie. I'm sure you'd come. Kind to help me. I've done nothing but mock you. Well, if you're ready, go to Sylphie just there. I promise I'll be paying attention. Scared, I was just a little startled, that's all. It was as if a mass of solid wrath had erupted from the ground. I've never felt anything like... Never mind, we have to head to Bannock next. Let's get this over with. Girl, don't do that. Don't ignore the lesson. If you can't master the concept, then you'll die. Like literally, they've said it multiple times now. Either learn to understand, if you want to learn how to use magic, you need to learn to use it right, otherwise you will die from the exertion. Talk with Sylphie first. I see you play, I'll be watching, so do whatever it is you do. The wind blew straight through me. It felt both gentle and sharp at the same time. I can't explain it. This is something you can conjure? Let's be on our way. The last one is at Lilystone. Ooh, let's remember that one of the best parts actually about where's Lilystone? South. One of the best parts about the quest we're doing, the hero in the making, is that when you finish it, I'm pretty sure you get your own chocobo. The company chocobo, which you can both ride as a mount, but also they serve another purpose, which is that if you feed them the right resource, you can summon them to aid you in battle. And yeah, I fully intend to do that. Probably raise mine as a healer initially, because having a being that can fight alongside me that's a healer would be incredibly useful. Alright, I don't think we're at a high enough level yet that we can just sneak past the armored buzzards. I think if one of them spots us, they will attack. So let's see how this goes. Oh, we made it. Okay, so the tainted water is here. Show me how it's done then. Okay. The lake is so beautiful. You never notice how clear the sky is reflected on its surface. I never noticed. Let's head back. I'm ready to speak to the guildmaster now. It'll be good if she's learned her lesson and is actually trying to make an effort now. Right. In the South Shroud, we'll find both the House of Death built and a quest called Catch a Poacher. Well, I was right about the fact that they would attack us if we got too close. Catch a Poacher, I think, is Archer's quest? Either way, we're going to the South Shroud, and I think the South Shroud is where some of the hunting law that I haven't finished yet are located. Which, if that's the case, I will do them while I'm there. Yep, there it is. Hunting log. Darkness Harness was a discipline of war item, not specifically one that was for that class. Ah, well. Up. We have new options. North Shroud with the Ziz, Central Shroud with the Eastern Limos. We've got new ones scattered all over the place. We'll go looking for them all later. Right now, we want to make it to our quest destination. And obviously we'll explore those like primal later. Because the story will take us here eventually. Okay, we got a few quests here. Cloven hoofed horrors. You look to be a doughy sort. Perhaps I could trouble you with a task. Recently, I shared a flagon with a merchant from Old who galed me with their tales of danger from the road. Worst of all, as she had it, was the ferocious beast that now gored her within an ilm of her life just when she thought she was to force safe embraces. But perhaps you say, I do not believe this, but it was an antelope. Yes, I doubted mine own ears when I heard the tale, but it would seem a most ill-tempered string of the beast roamed the land south of the Druthers of late. You might recognize them by the scars they bear from frenzied battles with man and fell beasts alike. Well, nothing. I will give you this freshly made bowl of spark egg soup to aid in your battle. You may chuckle, but the spices contained within are known to sap the energy of these plant-eating beasts. Now be careful, and don't let those doe eyes lull you into false sense of security, lest the next ale you down spill freely from the myriad holes in your body. Okay. That glint in your eye. You're no stranger of violence, are you? Got a job for a hard lad like ye, I have. Run along to the river east of here and got me 3 smallmouth orbon, will ya? They've been gobbling down all the fishies that Buskrun serves us for our dinners, and we can't have that now, can we? Come back to me dirtied with fish guts, I'll see you treated to a proper druthers regular. Ah, you lot must be from the Archers Guild. Welcome, friends. Now, as your guildmaster will have said, I put in a request for some keen-eyed archers to help me track down a gang of poachers that have been plaguing these parts. If I may, it is uncommon to find poachers in this region. While regrettable, neither the Godsquiver nor the Woodrollers feel them worthy of attention. Why then did you imagine them worthy of ours? Because these ain't no common poachers. They're power Mujans, guy. They say she and hers are always moving, staying one step ahead, but I reckon she's hiding out here somewhere. Thing is, I can't just set my people out searching. Made a pact with the Red Belly Bandits. We stay out of their territory, and they don't make no trouble at the Druthers. That being so, if I summoned massed ranks of the Whalers and the Quivermen, all 7 hells would swiftly break loose, assuming they thought the matter worthy of their attention, of course. Needless to say, that's not an option. As luck would have it, though, I got 3 keen-eyed archers to take care of things instead, and all without raising no alarms. We understand, and we leave the matter to us. We are but slip and scour the area for any signs of poachers. Should we discover anything, return to our boat. We will reconvene to compare our findings in the law. Go. Okay. Clearly this matter is important to him. What's the ones missing from Lancer? Kieran beaters, which are... I saw some of those nearby earlier. Oh, an antelope does. Yeah, there they are, the Kieran beaters. What about Conjurer? What does it need? Kieran beaters. Okay, so... I'm going to go ahead and switch to Lancer first. Alright, Conjurer leveled up. How many organs? 3? Easy enough. Back to Archer so we can continue our search for evidence. Evidence? Pfft, I don't need no stinking evidence. Ain't that right, Jesus? It's pronounced Jesus, and I don't know you. Okay, where is this last bit of evidence? Because despite the quote I just made, I just referenced, yeah, no, we do actually need it. There, I see it. A mead bottle. An empty one at that. How dare they? And right on the ground over here. That is a very random spot in the wall to be open. I wonder why it is. Like there, I get that's right in between two houses, but that's not. Weird. Oh well. Take care of the morbid, did you? Reckon I'll be tucking into a bowl of river trout before a long one. A nice bit of pike, perhaps. Old buskering, you know. He's always done right by me, no matter what I might have gotten up to back in the day. Don't take kindly to them as with big trouble, eerie and fish. You seem like a trustworthy sword, and I can keep your skills from you. Let's see if... Wait, hold on. Okay. What's my lowest level that is above level 21? Looks like it's Archer. It's gonna be the one that does this. You're taking my advice and putting your skills to work with the druthers, have you? Now that's what I like to see from a strapping young guy. Well, tighten your bootstraps because I got another job for you. I was down at a pile of Buskering's finest the other day when I heard that the Queer are hoarding stashes of poison around this place. Can't be sure what they're up to, but it can't be nothing good. Once you take these fire pots here and go blow up the whole bleeding line. Jesus. Okay. I'll go do it. The Kieran aren't getting happy, but I'll do it. Oh no, they've been spotted. Quickly, take them out before they summon their friends. Oh no, one of their friends spawned in right on top of me. Damn it. Come on. There. Another quest spawned just outside. Might as well do it as well. It gets us a pet. Hail, friend. Would you fancy a flag and veil, or perhaps an adventure? I can scarce believe my fortune. I was just looking for someone who might assist me in checking on the welfare of a couple of regulars. To be precise, I'm looking for an expedition team poking around the ruins of Islamhar, just south of here. We used to turn up with druthers every few days, covered in dust and hungering for a hot meal. Not been in for nigh on a week. Could well be that they're simply occupied with scholarly business, but they'd be running low on supplies by now, and that concerns me. Please, pay them a visit at the ruin and see if auught's amiss. You're looking for one by the name of Iriel, by the way. I forgot the other one's name. Well. The poison stashes are no more, you say? Good lad, your next pint will be on me. Were it my druthers, I'd grab those Kieran one by one and string them up by their ratty ears. But old man Busker won't have none of that. He says each battle we forgo now saves us one down the road. And to tell you the truth, I'm starting to come round on his ways. Yeah, imagine. You don't start a fight, and you can avoid having to fight. Just imagine that. It is true, though. You really shouldn't have to. They really shouldn't be starting fights. Right, sorry, I was just trying to get comfortable. Alright. An iron leg trap and a poacher's arrow. Those are both evidence of illegal activity. Nothing will help us find Pawa. Now, these need balls are but old refuse from before the druthers were even built. There's no connection to the gang. What do you know of this Power woman, Silver? I know that she is the most infamous poacher ever to walk the Twelves Wood. A born leader, deadly with the bow, she formed her own gang of Makote hunters. She was apprehended once and would have been brought to justice, had she not tricked a foolish young sentry into releasing her, for vanishing without trace. Is that so? In any case, we scoured the area and found nothing. How do we know that this power was ever even here? I simply informed the gods Quiver and the Wood Whalers, taking care not to implicate Busker, and leave the rest to them. This doesn't concern the Archers Guild. It concerns Gridania Lee, who Pawa Maljuk is a savage and utterly immoral poacher whose actions, however directly, threaten the city's well-being. What would a vagrant like you know of duty to one's homeland? No more than he, I suspect. How dare you? And you, Arthur, say something. Now is not the time for this. Very well. We will return to the matter at hand. Perhaps we should take a second look at the clues we have gathered. Look all you want. Though the trap and arrow we found suggests poaching, there's nothing remotely unusual about them. What do you think we should examine, Arthur? The empty mead bottle, of course. Why are you still carrying the rubbish? I told you, those bottles predate the druthers. They have no connection with this matter. But if these bottles are so old, why do they retain the scent of mead? They must surely have been opened recently. Wait, before the calamity, Busker once served as a sentry. And even then, he sometimes spoke of owning his own tavern. And it was an open secret that he was brewing his own private stock. If some survived, of course, Busker and Scar, his old lookout post. It may not be Pawa Mulja, but we must investigate at once. love combining peloton and sprint. Not only is there a special animation that goes with it, because you're moving even faster than normal, I don't want to fight these. I don't want to be part of this. Yeah, go away. But, come on. Fine. Wait, was this an old watchtower? Really? Or an outpost? Either way, jeez. It's seen better days. Any signs? Look, the ground is covered in Makote footprints. These tracks are fresh, very fresh. Away to the bandits were alerted to our coming and fled, else they're hiding near. Take cover! And there I was thinking we caught ourselves some of the meddling bloody masqueraders. Not that I'm complaining. Hiding your face is downright bloody rude when you ain't been introduced. Speaking of ill manners, don't you know it ain't decent to barge your way into a lady's bedchamber without knocking? You would lecture us on manners? Truly, I've heard it all. They have us outnumbered. We had best split up. Well, here's mine. I'll try to isolate her from her litter. Spare Arbor, the rest I leave to you two. As you will. Sorry, I just killed the healer first. I will shoot you guys. Simple. I'm the main character. I am the main character of this version of the Beast game. Deal with it. Yay, pretty good. Was that the last of them? Have you seen Alio? Oh, with me, Albert. Oh dear. Oh, she's been injured. That was a piss poor showing, sister. And you call yourself a keeper, a hunter with no fangs and nothing but prey. No. Ah, bugger. Looks like playtime's over. Be seeing you, sister. Yep. Seven hells. They were at my old post, and they drank my old mead? That stated most of all. Well, this past time, the proper authorities were informed. I'll send messages to wood whalers and God's Quiver. The red belly bandits won't like it one bit, but I'll see they're told exactly what the military is after. I only hope it'll be enough. Of course, primal Milchik's no fool. Now she knows she's been spotted, she'll break camp and be long gone by the time the next bell sounds. And the trail won't stay fresh long either. Anyway, you've done me a great kindness, friend. Tell Lucy I appreciate the help. Will do. I'm sorry, but I must assist you. Oh, an adventurer. A rather seasoned looking one besides. On the off chance she's not simply here to golf, perhaps you can lend us a hand. Despite the fervent protestations of those Duskwites over there, we can't permit civilians within the ruins at this time. The old men and women like you, on the other hand, are more than welcome. That is, if you've got the stones for it. Pray, seek out the other station at Quarry Mall. They can apprise you of the details. Yes, may I help you with something? Oh, Ewan was concerned for our well-being. How positively sweet of her. But as you can see, we are quite hale and decidedly not deceased. We did, however, encounter certain practical difficulties when a veritable legion of Chigos was burst forth from the depths of the pit. Your timing is impeccable. We've only just succeeded in clambering out. In fact, since we're here, perhaps you might prevent a similar situation by slaughtering a number of the pests? Say 5 or so? That should be sufficient to frighten the rest of the route back to the shallows below. Ah, you're a adventurer, you're not. Tell me, have you any experience in the field of relic hunting? I'm currently attempting to catalog all the artifacts in this area, but I am finding the task rather more time-consuming than I initially anticipated. I am all but convinced that we stand in what was once Gilmore's residential district. Alas, I have yet to recover sufficient of domestic objects to confirm my theory. If you happen upon any such items while wandering the area, I would be most grateful to have them too. Okay, which class? These quests in this area. So many pot shards. Why? Try to avoid that stuff. Back to soon. Are you quite certain you exercise the appropriate amount of care and delicacy in your search? These artifacts are hundreds of years. Oh, never mind. Show me what you found. Yes, these are most certainly examples of Reborn tableware. Judging by the shape and ornamentation, they appear to be cups of the kind once used to serve herbal infusions, or possibly vegetable broth. Perfect. My work here is far from done, but the discovery brings me one tantalizing step closer to realizing my dream. The restoration of these ruins, and the re-establishment of settlements for the Duskbright Ellison. Ghanaians have long perceived my people as outcasts and brigands. Yet if we Duskbrights can return a measure of prosperity to this fallen city, we'll no longer need to resort to common theft or banditry in order to make ends meet. Imagine! But I'm rambling. Thank you for your help. Come on, that was marvelous work. Nathan, perhaps now we might return to our research residence. Other ruins you can see down there are part of the ancient subterranean city known as Galmora. For Duskbright Ellison such as ourselves, it represents a valuable and unexpected opportunity to learn more about the settlements where our ancestors once dwelled. As fascinating as the ruins are, I do believe I have had my fill of the inside of that hole for the time being. At any rate, you can assure Yoan that the two of us, particularly my brother, are quite well and will soon be along to partake in Busgrown's finest meat and mead. Alright, now we need to go find the enemy that we're after. That big bastard over there, or that one. Another quest done. After this, we'll go over to here and turn in some things. Thank you, friend. Busker might come off as a rough hewn to strangers, but I tell you, you'd be right to see what anything happened to one of his regulars. What's that? Ariel assured me that her brother is in fine fettle as well. Fine, I have no sight idea of whom she speaks. But why that would concern me? Hold on. People can tell you have a crush. The adventurous merchants laborers that come here to partake in fine ale and find company that drugs like a second home, even an only home to the more unfortunate. Fools not to avail ourselves of the protection of wood whalers of God's quiver. Though it's a special satisfaction defending one's own home. You've done us all proud today, friend. Ooh, some standing structure now. The tavern is sheltered by the shroud, imparting a sense of peace and tranquility to all within. It is for this reason, much as Busker's ale and the yarns of adventure, that wayfarers from across the realm find rest at these tables. But the protection of the forest is not to be taken for granted. No, you must respect our own trees. Only in doing so will they do the same for us. So I ask you to pose the task. You are to make an offering while the forest fallen vines. Not far from here lie the withered remains of a treant who perished, protecting the forest that so loved. Obtain the umbels of 4 antelope does and 2 freshly plucked kedtrap petals, and place them before the treant. After the offering has been made, kneel and bow your head in deference. I can promise you that when you arise, you will do so with a newfound understanding of significance of my words. Okay. Well, first I need to go kill a few things. It's after 4. Do the day review. I think I'll do it in between streams because I had to take a break to make dinner and actually eat dinner. So when I come back from that, I'll probably see that I can sort this all out. Song that's stuck in my head. Just I could actually properly sing, singing about it. Occasionally break out into song. That's just straight up a trio of corpse. Damn it! Away. I'll tune to this. Then all the quests and such in this area I will get to later when I actually have to come to Primal on a quest. On my adventure, take it you have come to learn more of the recent happenings at Islamhar. The site is of interest owing to the Gomorran ruins. Gomorrah being an underground city which predates Gridania, in case you were unaware. Anyway, a few days past, you received reports from several anthropogeographers that a magical gateway of some sort has appeared in the ruins and that all manner of creatures were coming and going through it. When Ed and I were among the first to examine it, well, it's hard to explain. Across the threshold into several corridors, as we've never seen before, and then suddenly each and every one of us was filled with an inexplicable sense of dread. It was all I could do to take even a single step. According to Ion Couture, who accompanied us, the ruins are warded with powerful magic that sap the spirit and ether of all who enter, rendering them easy prey for the creatures within. I did manage to devise a solution. Ether pool arms and armor, which safeguard and channel the wielder's energies that they might withstand the ruins' magics. Before he does little to prevent us from losing our way. Though it beggars belief, every time we have dared to venture into ruins, we have found the path to be changed. Seconds too may be the work of an unfathomably powerful mage. Needless to say, something strange is afoot. Traditional tactics aren't likely to suffice. Even experienced adventurers will need to proceed with caution. In any event, if you believe you have what it takes to brave the ruins and discover what secrets lie in its deepest depth, you need but say the word. That's Palace of the Dead unlocked. I will probably do that later. There's another. Oh, that's the readings. Okay, we'll come back here later if the story sends us here. Right now, though. Teleport over there and switch to Lancer. Oh, we meant to turn in a quest back there as well. I'll do it later. Oh, we got 2 more quests as well. These I can, because they're level 20. Which means Rogue can do them. You have the look of one who has seen more than his fair share of danger. I am Florimond, a sentry of Ghost Inspire. They will be forgiven for imagining me a sentry of this hut, so seldom have I left it in recent days. The same injury, you see, and have been out of commission for some time. Anyway, my Wood Whaler comrades are about to commence a culling operation in the Bramble Patch, involved in marching into the jaws of danger while I languish here like a cuddled babe is frankly too much to bear. Raise his son, but may I trouble you to take part in the operation in my stead? If you would do me this favor, seek out Captain Arnaud at Just Inspire. He will tell you all you need to know. Okay, can do. Oh yeah. Does this have anything? Yes, but we'll change the hatchback. Soon I won't need to do that. What brings you here, adventurer? Florimond's replacement, you say? And you are aware of the risks. Ah, well, you do seem a capable sort. Florimond's task was to be the slaying of 6 black bats in a brown patch. I take it you will now see to this? Very well, I wish you the best of luck. Those frightful snouts, tusks like unto spears, the squealing, fearful squealing, a deaf hymn that haunts my dreams each night. Why, oh why, did I ever leave home to come here? Hail, adventurer, your sharp-eyed Liam tells me that you're keen to prove yourself. And to your good fortune, I've a menial task I deal for one of your fair to middling abilities. Wild Wars plagued the Bramble Patch. It's about time someone called the herd. Well, up to it now. Okay. I need to kill some boars anyways, so sure. Ah, you only get the item for the quest if you're playing as a lance. In which case, I'll switch back after taking out that black bass over there. And that one too. Okay, now switch back to Lancer. We can do this. It's just full of bramble. It's all area. And you get why it's called the bramble patch, because how much of the stuff there is. Time to begin the next quest. And he's here. old and scarred. Survived many battles. He's also massive. This ranger says one, behold the true meaning of courage. Yep. It's about to go and try to finish him, but he won't allow that to happen. This is real courage. You shan't find much sport in these two. Come back another day, my friend. Wow, leaving. Well done, Albert. You've completed the trial. I trust you now see the truth in my words. Hurling yourself in the midst of danger is not courage. It is folly. No, this proves nothing. I refuse to accept. Oh. You refuse to accept the weakness within you. Well then. No, Albert, leave him be. Your work here is done. Return to the guild. I shall see you there presently. Right, back to Hawthorne Hut. I'm just gonna run for it. I don't feel like fighting anything right now. Please, you have my help. I shall wear Bosque armor. I will starve before I can take the time to force of salt. Just make them go away. The sign plague of brown patches more. Oh, thank you, friend. Speak the truth of it. I've been plagued by a trypophobia of those tusk monstrosities in recent weeks, but I realize this will not do. The spire overlooks a hub of trade and military activity, and to shirk my duties would be to dishonor to a hero whose name the spire bears. You've instilled no small measure of courage in me today, friend, and for this I am grateful. I am glad I could inspire. You look to be made of sort of stuff from the average adventure. How would you fancy doing your bit to preserve the peace? Patrol the area night and day, but we discourage for a dozen of my best men in the infirmary, so the shorthand best results. I'd be grateful if you could help fill in for the wounded. Now there are 3 strategic positions on our patrol route, each marked by a twin outer staff. Do is go through locations in turn and hold your ground for a while. Nothing. Into see. Okay. I can do that. Just give me a moment to address this quest. So you seem to the Black Bats. We couldn't have asked for a better substitution. You have my guarantee. Now, at the risk of seeming brazen, I would ask you a favor of my own. Might you bear a message to Lord Marmon for me? The lad is being overly hard on himself for his absence. Tell him that his fretting avails no one, and he himself least of all. Serves the Woodwheel as best by getting back on his feet with all swiftness, and that requires peace of mind. It's true, though. Your recovery can be hampered if your emotions are not in a good place. Standing watch. I like the way they've designed that flagpole, actually. It's cute. I am glad Bug has another ability to it. Right. Next spot. A message from Captain Aniod? I see. The captain speaks true. I must say, a great weight has been lifted from my shoulders. As bade, I shall focus all my energies on recovery. Soon will resume my duties. My thanks again, friend. We'll return to the guild halls and turn in their respective quests immediately after this. Then we'll go to Oldal. Good to see you back in one piece. Is there aught to report? A run-in with fell fiends, you say? That is passing odd. We have never had trouble with the local fauna on this patrol route in the past. Yet their numbers are on the rise. We must keep a close eye on things. Anyway, my thanks for your help. Alright. Back to New Gridania. switch to Archer first. Welcome back, Albert. Silver tells me that you encountered Pawan Muljik. No Gridanian could fail to recognize that name. So often has it been spoken, and with such bitterness. I fear we lack the strength to face her ourselves. This is a matter for the gods, quiver, and wood whalers. That you confronted her and survived is a testament to your growing mastery of our art. I was surprised to note that Lee and Silver were not at loggerheads upon their return. I resumed this unnatural state of affairs to your calming influence. No, modest to the last. Truly your effort indeed bespeaks a clarity of vision far beyond your years. I implore you to share that perspective with your peers and help them to grow into better, wiser archers. As you go forth and tip your skills in battle, know that we always look forward to your return. Do I have one of those? I do not, so we'll take one. Switch to Lancer now. And turn it in. I would allot to you. You are no match for the Lord of the Bramble Patch. You betrayed any hint of fear, he would have gored you in the space of a moment and feasted on your entrails. But you stood your ground, holding fast your composure and resolve. Thus were you able to stare terror in the face and survive unscathed. Well done, Arbert. You have overcome the greatest hurdle in the quest to become master of your own courage. You may now bring to bear the full extent of your abilities upon even the mightiest of foes. As for Fulcus, well, if there is a shred of reason left in him, he will have learned the self-same lesson as you this day. Painful though the experience must surely have been, one can only hope that it will serve to open his eyes to the truth. Go for that, Bart, and prepare yourself for further trials. I look forward to our next meeting. And then Conjurer's Guild. I should go to the Botanist Guild as well. Welcome back, my avid conjurers. How fared you in your encounter with the elements? Sylvie, why did you sense as Arbor cleanse the sources of corruption? It's hard to explain. It was like hearing voices crying out in joy. I felt their happiness wash over me. The world seemed sharper, more alive. It was almost as if nature was speaking to me. But why, brothers? Why did my mother teach me to avoid this side of conjuring? What was she so afraid of? There are certain truths that hide behind the mask of our words. And there is much that your mother didn't tell you. But you needn't seek all the answers at once, Sylvie. Even now, your mind founders amid a sudden inundation of awareness. The first time we connect with nature can be a wonderful but disorienting experience. I suggest you allow yourself some time to adjust to this new perspective. Yes, Guildmaster. You have my gratitude, Arbor. Thanks to you, Sylvie has taken a most important step. You heard her mention voices crying out in joy, did you not? They appear as the mother's gift to be passed on to the daughter. Such sensitivity is not something one can achieve through meditation and training, but a blessing that only a few fortunate receive. And as you have no doubt surmised, Sylvie's mother was one such person. The misunderstanding of that blessing, however, was what led her down such a tragic path. We can't allow Sylvie's astonishing talents to consume her in the same manner. We mustn't get ahead of ourselves. The girl is able to grow potential. And so, for that potential to be fully realized, your support is yet needed. I suspect you failed to mention that the promise of your involvement in her lessons was the reason for her change of heart. You underestimate the impression your quiet determination has made on them, Sylvie. If modesty prevents you from acknowledging your own good deeds, consider this task a part of your training. For conjurers or healers of wounds, be they physical or otherwise, walk with her on her journey outward. Together explore the myriad mysteries of nature. I can do that. Alright. So, next stop, Ulda. But first things first, actually. What level is that quest? 22. What classes do we have that are close to that while still being lower? Lancer looks to be the best one to use. Finish that quest off. I just want to finish the quest so we can get it off of our log, then we'll teleport to the Gold Saucer to finish off its quest. All the quests here we'll do later when we actually get a quest that takes us over to the Quarry Mill. Of course. In fact, if there is an enemy that we can fight that's in our hub log right here, it's something I will take care of. I see another one, but I will deal with that one. Oh, who am I kidding? We're that much higher level than me. So I'm gonna stop fighting them. Because I need to take out 4. But I will feel free to take out the last of the stats to kill. That's why we need to take out another enemy. Smallmouth Organ is on the list. How many? 4? Oh, I can see 4. You have placed offerings as thank you. The treant you have honored was not always withered. Thus, unable to bear the changes, breaking the force and the calamity, it lost all trace of vibrant life, wasting away into its current haggard appearance. Your adventures made treants as little more than overgrown adversaries. And as local folk revere these creatures as guardians of the woods. It is nature's way that we tend to those who once tended us. Should we forsake our protectors now, that we ourselves will be forsaken when their protection is needed once more? Fair. Alright. Let's switch back to Rogue. And teleports to the gold saucer. Weird. They wouldn't show it on the map. Oh, we only need 10 to buy these, actually, so literally anything is profit. Ooh, got the jackpot. Really not. I must not have enough to purchase that one. Our promising new jockey returns, bringing his fledgling circles registry for the trust. But of course, one so keen to join the ranks of honored champions would not be so foolish as to misplace essential documentation. Our race jockey trainer is responsible for registering new fledglings. Present your form to her and she will guide you through the process. And when that final bureaucratic hurdle hath been surmounted, return to me and I shall arrange with you. Name for my chocobo. Ooh, this is fun. The question is, what would Ardbert call his chocobo if he had a race chocobo? I kind of want to use Noir in it, so... Fauna. Oh, this is perfect. We can call it Claw Noir. Oh my goodness, I love it. I'm going with it. Guys, your dog is eligible to participate in sanctioned chocolate races. But if you're not quite qualified to do so just yet, please speak with the register about our training course. Time has come for you and your race choke will take a track for training guidance. I mean, I've never done this before, so we might as well. Welcome to the training course. Here you can practice the basics of chocobo racing. All race chocobos will carry their riders to the end of the course. However, only a skilled jockey can guide and sneak the victory. To accelerate, press and hold the forward key. Note the chocobo sound will increase more quickly when accelerating. If they accelerate, there will be effects. Once your chocobo sound is completed, speed will drop to along the view until it accelerates. Be warned, chocobo just will become lathered and lose stamina even more quickly. To alleviate this, just move back to accelerate and let your chocobo progress. Next, practice steering your chocobo. Press to steer your chocobo from one side of the course to the other. Scattered throughout the course are magic panels, which show various effects when triggered. Trigger magic panels, steer your chocobo towards it. Chocobo can't cover reverses to however, one all panels with still beneficial effects. In addition to steering away from panels, you can also jump to avoid. Treasures, coffers, and brace acts. That can also be set in midair, so anyone can need to jump. Race items, the outer hop out mag you use to help yourself under your plane. Keep this course at a time for the mission and do some of that course. Ride well and good luck. Race, you can be competing in sanctioned race. Okay, we're done. I'm done here, rather. Infinite shard. Let's go back to the entrance. Back to Old Daw yeah, let's continue the story. I think soon I will be taking a break to have dinner. So, yay. Okay. Our next stop is to turn in an ill-conceived venture. Because once that is complete, we'll be able to send our certain people on we will be able to send our retainers on ventures. Greetings, sir. Is there aught you require? Exactly of whom you speak. This was not the first instance. Perhaps you lacked the fortitude to undertake ventures. Know that look. No one has informed you of our latest services, have you? In Corpus Adventurers Guild, we have established a new system through which retainers may be dispatched to procure items for their employers. Should you avail yourself of this additional service, you will need to pay your retainers in advance with ventures, which are script issued by the Adventurers Guild. I gather you have none in your possession, so allow me to give you a token sum. Your retainers have received basic instructions in a variety of disciplines, but they want for experience. If you would like them to undertake anything more than the most menial of tasks, you will need to furnish them with quality equipment and give them opportunities to hone their skills. As long as you bear that in mind, I should think you will not be disappointed. You're not special areas to employ, some retainer. Yay. Hold on now. Can I give them equipment now? I'm gonna find out. Okay, we can reassign them a class. So you... shall be a gladiator. Alright. I'll need to assign them a move on. I'll sort that out later. But, let's see. Ramito shall be a conjurer, I think. Yeah. And then... let's see. We'll have... archery or... yeah. We'll have... Render Ray. Become an archer. Then Nailbert, you are going to be a botanist. Silva, I'm going to assign you to be a miner. Yes. Arena shall become a fisher. And we need another botanist, another miner, and another fisher. You can be a botanist. You can be a miner. And you can be a fisher. There. Everyone's been assigned something. I am now going to sort out their weapons. Not gear, I want weapons. No. Healer. Hot watch. It must be on the other side. What do you do? Ah! Level 30 I can learn how to do desynthesize. Okay. Arms merchant, that's what I wanted. Rather short sword. A weathered short bow. A square maple shield. And weathered. More grimoire. Weathered cane. Fieldcraft merchant. Discipline of no, the discipline of land tools. A weathered ticket. Two weathered pickaxes. Two weathered hatchets, and a weathered fishing rod. Speaking of which, I meant to do the botanist quest back in Gridania, but I didn't. I'll go and do that one before I go to Limsa. Okay, I'll send him on a venture. You know how ventures work. We'll send him on field exploration missions because these just give you random things. They also offer him the greatest amount of XP. We'll have to get more ventures somehow. Although we can send them on a mining one instead. Just send them to get something specific. Okay, we don't have that many ice shards. person. Although I should probably use them to send them off to do stuff. Or I should store the stuff that they're not that I'm not using right now with them. So my inventory is getting a bit on the full side. Like, she's been entrusted to look after materia. Look after prisms as well. And a die that I'm not using. Let's see. Anything else I can entrust with them? Yes. The tickets that I don't have any intention of using anytime soon. And some of this too. Alright. Alright, we'll drop off stuff that's obtained from animals. This one. This one with plants. Anything that's obtained from botany. I think you've been entrusted with, yep. Not the processed ores specifically. That was somebody else. Yeah, this one had been entrusted with the processed yarns. Oh yeah, Cinnabar is a mining thing, so if you're being entrusted with ores, you're also entrusted with Cinnabar. Just tidying up my inventory before we continue. What have we been entrusted with? Processed metals. And then this one have been entrusted with and I get my entrusted with all those items. There we go. We're done with them. When we get more adventures, we'll start sending these guys on more missions. But for now, we have a meeting to attend. I think it's the Chamber of... Here we go. Another big meeting. Which apparently has a special guest appearance.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanimal herself!
And
Yep.
Reborn as well!
Oh, I love this. He's gonna pick her up. At some
Hark,
point.
you souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore. Hurrah! Reborn! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold, where by the grace and glory of Naldar have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Uldar!
Woo!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we.
The gold, maybe. Blood, debatable.
Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return.
Yep.
Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save?
I mean, this is a
You
more
who
nation.
call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act.
Always loved her outfits. Really suits her.
Whether trader or soldier, monetarist
Same
or
with his.
royalist, all must recognize that a divided Uldar stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Uldar, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Uldar. As Uldar prospers, so shall her people.
Ya for Uldar!
Hey.
Together we are one.
Yep. Here we go.
Your grace.
Reborn?
It's so casual.
People of Uldar, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you.
I'm sorry. It's just the fact that she sits there like he holds his arm like she's a bird perched on him. So
Much has been made of the wealth of Uldar. Yet those who measured that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the Inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn! Forsooth!
The time is now!
I fancy meeting you again.
The Eldans have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. The Eldans do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So have they dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate coffers are bottomless. Even assuming they have the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Amalja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Eldans send their forces to smite the primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It's a war of attrition which they cannot sustain. Small wonder that the Amalfians are eager to recruit more members. At such a desperate hour, an adventure of your experience would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. The fact that Alisei barely talks during any of these encounters. It actually hasn't talked to us during any of these encounters, really. Huh. That's interesting. Well, nevertheless, we have a destination. Limsa Lominsa time. Where before we start any of the before we go to the meeting, we'll go ahead and do the local Beast Tribe quests. Not Beast Tribe. Class quests. We will eventually be dealing with the Beast Tribes, but that's a much later thing, I think. I think you don't unlock any of those until you're level 40. Alright. Good for what ails you? What? Did I miss a quest? I'm gonna go see what that's about. Oop, 1 moment, be right back. And we're back. It was just helping Paul sort out something. So now let's see what's going on here. Oh, it's the dance move from this region. Oh my, oh dear. My cask of ale is gone. And it had to be the one ordered by someone who doesn't brook tardiness. I would bring the matter to the maelstrom and perhaps seek help from the Yellow Jackets. My client would likely frown on involving anyone official. Adventures such as yourself, though, would be capable of doing a little unofficial investigating. Will you find a stolen ale for me? It was right outside Fisherman's Bottom. Someone surely saw something. What's that? You would have the client's name? Oh, none of that. Discretion creates opportunities. Now, do go to Fisherman's Bottom and make your inquiries before this cold of mine grows worse. Cough, the bloody executioners. Cough! Oh dear. Well, let's switch to Arcanus. Greetings, Arthur. In case such doubts fill your mind, you should know that I am ever willing to lend an ear if you find your thoughts troubled. At the very least, I would have you know this, because it seems that Clea does not. The Foreseer has been missing since this morning. There have been other times when she has disappeared without word, yet we have always been able to find her. Alas, that is not the case this day. Were the Guildmaster here, he would produce her whereabouts with nary a moment's concentration. I find myself beginning to wonder if those who devote themselves overmuch to Arcanuma are more prone to bouts of wanderlust. While I might wish to ponder further such oddities of character, must needs organize a search party. Would you be so kind as to make inquiries at Hawker's Alley? It is long coming for Clea here wanderings to take a path through the markets. Yeah, I can do that. The guy who we talked to. You're seeking Makota, agent of Melavain's Gate? Why, yes, I have seen her. Spoke with her, in fact. She was, however, apprehended by the Yellow Jackets. The assessor was drilling me for details about a purely smuggling ring based in Ailport. Soldiers arrived and took her away. If you wish to know her fate, I suggest you speak with Grenade of the Coral Tower. Well. Preoccupied quarter. Looking for Dodon's cask of ale? I'll help you. Dodon was in a bad sort for a Swithin trader. There was a top Arcanus skin after the cask. Want to know if it was ale, poxy fool. After cask, well, can't really say if it's your cask, but it was a big fella come by recently carrying one. He asked me if I had smoked Mackies, which would go down nice with ale. It ain't the only thing I know, neither. Blouse wore black, and you know what that means, the bloody executioners. Did I see someone walk off with cask of ale? Well, sure it was during the afternoon offloading. Well, it didn't look like a thief, though. Basically, the case walked right on over to the Astalatia. That ship over there. Oh god, we're gonna learn a dance from pirates. That's classic. What are you looking at? This is a dance stool. A dance stool. Much more important than you got. Much more. You may be able to scamper up the rigging to the crow's nest, but can you get down? Not for a siren's treat, you great clodhopper. Begging pardon, Captain, but there ain't no Makota alive heavier on her feet than a great Galoon Rogan such as yourself. Haha, well said, Captain. Well retorted, you bloody sunseeker. What's your moonkeeper? What other lands they got there? Bah, who even cares, am I right? Well, at any rate, there was a whole passel of you four, but now there's only one. That's a miser's trick it is. Nope, nothing worse than a miser. His horse son, what was his madrigal admiral? What was his name? He didn't like no drinking, no dancing. Bad for corals. Corals can't be right. Corals. Ha, of course you're right, there, laddie. Never doubt myself. Anyways, this magic, we'll call him Magical Pinchfist, passed decrees like they was farts. Decreed no dancing within a hand's reach of spirits. But no magical smarter than a sailor man. We have stopped reaching with our hands altogether. Ha! We invented step dancing. I shall Magical Pinchfist and his corals. Ah, that's right, fella. Get me all fired up too. Make us you think like. I know. Do you want to dance? All this time I just thought you was being curlish, but... No, I said dance first, talk later. That's the way of it. Oh, we've learned a new dance. Why, you cagey sea fox, dancing like sailing folk you do. I swear there was three of you, or was it just... Never mind, he's practically a brother now. You ask me anything. A cask of Dodo's on his ale, carried it off from Fisherman's Mom, my very own self, I did. That's a matter of fact, we'd already drunk all we had aboard. Of course, someone's getting paid for it. Someday. Don't make a difference if he frets a night or two. Oh, he's gonna get a sub up the side of the head. From the captain. Why, you reprobate horseman. That's the tail of that cask you lugged in? Blackguard! You dare call yourself a bloody executioner or a hugger-mugger about what belongs to who? The husband has the cause not to mule about the colour we wear. And you play for a fool? Sorry, Captain, wasn't thinking it through. That's the fix that I do. It's what they call a call failing, oral failing. Adventure by man, I swear. Lim Lane mistook him for an oyster and gave him grit for brains when she made him. Since you're already here, how about we square account with this all? Take his payment to him. You'll be much obliged. You dance with us and all, so I'm trusting the guild won't inspire any moral failings in you. That's some long kill on the Estos if you take my meaning. These two shot him. Yep, and of course setting him away. He's probably gonna go make him scrub the deck. Oh. Well then. Alright. Let's switch over to rogues so we can get the next quest for rogues. Looking to head inside? Yes. Been practicing your dance steps, Arbert? Because we're about ready to run rings around Captain Milala and her swans. Jack's been pressing their investigation of treasures, what was cloyed from that maelstrom time. As you know, we've got our own network of coves which don't miss naught of the goings-on about town. As for the sharpening the job, it'll be you, me, underfoot, and astray. Let's get down to business, eh? Cab's late to the feast, so I'll just make sure we're all on the same page for now. When you get down to it, we have two goals on this job. Bite back them 3 treasures and mill the codes when cloyed them in the first place. You can be sure that the Yellow Jacket Shrew will be doing her damnedest to beat us to the marks. As he has a fate of the guilds at stake, we'd best not drag our do-beaters on this one. I say we grapple them baubles before she's even lifted anchor, and give her a proper reason to rage against us rogues. Seem awful keen on this contest all of a sudden, Jack. Aye, well, here's the thing. I sent me a grievance to the Philocracy regarding Shrew's challenge, but them paper shufflers don't care a whit as long as one of us gets the job done. So I figured I'd sail with the wind rather than against them. Besides, we wouldn't want to shirk our duty and force poor Captain Moralo to blunder about the scary Darklings, now would we? How very gentlemanly of you. Well, them's the cards we've been dealt, ain't they? Now stow your quips, so let's hear what you've learned about the bloody treasures already. The treasures. According to the manifest of that maelstrom vessel, we're looking to buy back the Cerulean Star, the Silver Sorrows, and something called the Black Sarcophagus. Aside from the fancy names, I was able to whittle a few more details. The Cerulean Star, for starters, there's a big old blue diamond on its weapon, like a star, I suppose. Then we've got the Silver Sorrows. A pair of earrings was once graced the wallets of the Sultana of Oldal. The tale there, the one that don't concern us at present. Lastly, there's back the sarcophagus thing. I'm afraid that one remained a mystery no matter how much I poked and probed it. In any case, all 3 of these trinkets was recorded as spoils from official privateer raids. And as you know, a pirate will usually sell his plunder through a reliable fence. Sometimes, though, holding an auction is the only way to offload goods, whereas troops are just too bleeding rare for the average code to deal with. Our 3 wondrous treasures fell into the auction-only category. When the bidding began in Aleport, the Valkyrie weighed in with its ample purse, made some unmatchable offers, then organized a tub for the merchandise we shipped back to Lipsa. And that's when our marks swooped in and picked their transport clean. I had a few bids with the maelstrom sailors to survive the attack. They pointed the finger at the grinning curs. Problem is, not one Colston had no hair at the curs, not to mention the bloody ship since the raid. Until now? Sorry I'm late, Jack, but you'll want to hear this. Some of the cargo, what was cloyed from that transport, was just found during a routine inspection at the Thragan checkpoint. The Thragan? Have the curs made landfall then? And what are the treasures? Any mention of them? Not that I've heard, but the Jackets ain't done shaking out all the boxes yet. Then we better get eyes out there quickly. Arbert, Underfoot, you're fresh for a run, ain't ya? Come on, Colt, I'll race you out to the checkpoint. Alright. First we're going to go to the Marauders Guild, switch to Arcanist. First, they have a quest. For Kilia? Yes, we brought her in for questioning regarding the reappearance of the pirate Dozamaga. A member of the Arcanist Guild, are you? Then I see no reason to conceal the nature of her discourse. Perhaps you're already aware of this, but the Forcier was once held captive by that rabid sea dog. Few pirates sink to such depths as the proudly of Dozamaga. It has been 6 years now since he was exiled from Minsa for engaging in the worst kind of black market trading. Now the villain has returned. He is, however, both cunning and cautious and continues to evade our troops. Thus we hope to borrow the knowledge of Forcia Clea, whose experiences have given her an intimate familiarity with the way the scoundrel operates. At least that was our intent. Doing a barrage of questions from the assessors, we found ourselves instead providing the details of our search. Should we speak with Forcia Clea, eventually has already returned safely to your guild. Okay. Arbor, there is trouble. Do you recall the lad whose parents were slain by the beast Kujata? The boy's grandfather, Nedar. Recently contact with worrisome news. Young Sigurd has gone missing. There have been signs of Kujata in the area, and it seemed that the child felt compelled to seek the big drown. As you are familiar with the boy and his tragic tale, I would have you attend to this matter. My sister, Saltquib, awaits you at the Bismarck. She has been apprised of the situation, will aid you in plotting a suitable course of action. Okay. Well then, let's go over to the Bismarck. Alright, I assume you are here to discuss the missing child and not to sample a bowl of mutton stew. First things first, I would advise against rushing off to peer under every rock in the countryside. We need more information to direct our search. I suggest we head to Red Rooster's stead and learn what more we can from old Nedard. Back already? You were led to believe he had returned here? I'm afraid not. So the Yellow Jackets told you something of our history with Dozamaga, did they? Perhaps it would be best if I told you the entire tale. Dozamaga's banishment was the result of a surprise inspection that revealed his involvement in underground slave trade. The assessor that stepped aboard the pirate's merchant ship spoke of finding dozens of unwashed unfortunates crammed into that squalid hold. Among these prisoners was a young Makote, destined for some black market auction block. Though Kalia was initially too terrified to even speak, the guildmaster brought her out of her fearful days with the gift of an initiate's grimoire. Yes, a self-same tome which he has carried her entire career. Of course, did you not mention that this grimoire was thrown into the sea? There are rumors that a Curan merchant of ill repute has retrieved the black market goods the crew of the Morning Star heaved into the ocean. Even now, he glows over a salt-encrusted catch in Aleport. It is entirely possible that Forcier's most prized possession was caught up in a curious salvage net. We doubt that Clea has reached the same conclusion. Aleport, Arbor. That is where you will find out your assessor. Yep, I will go looking for her. But first, Hawker's Alley. No, it's not that far, but still. There you are. No moment too soon. Did you find my ale? Well, that's the price I was to receive. But where'd you get it? Oh, from the clients themselves. I see. Yes, there's always some blustered young fellow like that. Hasn't earned his stars or stars yet, I would wager. Hard to say. Captain Moonskate is kind to say so, I'm sure. But I hail from Old We trade with anyone if they've guild to pay. Pirates, princes, they're all the same to me. And if I know these particular pirates, I do, they'll be wanting another cask soon to drink away this little fracas. Many thanks, adventurer. Remote. There. We now have 4 different types of downs, in addition to the standard one. Alright. We've got Red Rooster Stead, Lithagran, Checkpoint, and Airport to all visit. We'll do that later. Right now. Here to attend the Remembrance service? Be quick, the Admiral is due to give her address at any moment.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The Crimson Field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the Black Longship represents a pirate vessel.
Duh.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea,
Very
we assembled
simple.
beneath the Maelstrom Standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners. And together, we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage. Yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes
God,
have.
it's changed so
Small
much.
wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again?
Yeah.
Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishback
The Sahagin
bastards.
have risen?
While the mines of Ogomero spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go.
Interesting thing about kobolds, because this is a JRPG, the kobolds here have a more fluffy incarnation, because that's how kobolds evolved in fantasy in the East, whereas in the West they developed into more reptilian types, which is an interesting evolutionary
These
difference.
savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck?
A fair question.
There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the Calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves, till sea swallows all!
Long live the Admiral!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral!
Fancy meeting you again.
And again, that line is just recycled. As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limso Insa is plagued by two beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahagan, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Liminson's backyard. That is to say, naught of internal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions. While they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Liminsons are to have any hope to withstand the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside, and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom standard will be drenched a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. But will you sail with the Admiral? Now, I don't know just how much their outfits actually mirror image each other. There are certain details that I noticed were mirror images. There's a lot more of it than I thought. However, this has been Fiona. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final member of the service is now concluded? A moment ago, you say. What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies. Well, delighted though we are to have them here the waiting sounds. It would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. I will. Let me just complete a few more quests. Let's see. Where is Red Rooster Stead? Is in lower, and that's in middle. And then Airport is all the way in western. So with that in mind, first let's switch over to Rogue. We'll do Rogue first. So to Little Renacia for them. Okay, Haramu. I won our race. You owe me a pint, Albert. Jokes aside, though, it looks like Gibby was right about the cargo. For what I've been able to catch from the squad to the gate, it seems a peddler was known for carrying goods when was known to be aboard that transport. He carried the poor side away in chains, but the cargo itself is still here. I saw a pair of jackets carrying boxes up that wooden ramp. We need to know what's in those crates. I get a feeling they won't open their games for the asking, though. How well this fool's challenge is going on. Do you think you could skulk over there and see if they found the treasure yet? Two yellow jackets suspect the seized cargo. Approach them all cloaked with your hide to attempt to listen in on their progress. Discussing contents. This is all junk. No diamond, no earrings, and no bloody black sarcophagus. Looks like we'll have to lean hard on that skinny peddler if we're to find them treasures. The sergeant says the merchant's still pleading ignorance. Claims he was hired to carry the goods for the checkpoint and not else. Pile of pugil shit. I'm guessing the pirates took the cargo and are trying their luck at every checkpoint. Captain Malala's already given orders to double the guard and inspect every cart wagon that comes through. Sprint over. So they found non-evaluate. Bene. Thought we'd lost the contest before we'd even properly started. But be that as it may, something don't add up here. Why would you order a call to carry goods through the checkpoint? No smuggler is that daft, surely. Even if by some miracle goods you swing through Lathragan without raising a fuss, why would you risk taking merchandise back to the city which you quoted it from? Now, there's a bigger picture here, and we need to take a step back and to see it. Assuming the Curs hire this peddler to do their dirty work, there'll be someone in the shadows as broker the deal. And I just happen to know Cove what makes it his business to oversee these kinds of shady arrangements. Thing is, this black marketeer bloke changes his haunts depending on how the breeze blows. Quite literally, I seem to recall the Navigator's veil being shifted by a westerly this morning, so that put him at Tiller's Rest, nice and close. Why don't we go ask him a few questions before we head back to the guild? I'll be happy when I can get mounts. I'm pretty sure completing a hero in the making gets us our first one. Well, I say our first one, but realistically speaking, it's actually our 5, 6. Yeah, it'll be our 8th one. So, yeah, not exactly special. Don't care about tiny Mandragora. I don't want to fight them at all. And I don't know why I'm singing this song, or even what I'm singing. What the fuck is this tune? Why can't I stop? Stop. Stop. Whack! Oh, that poor yellow jacket. There was more than one. I pride myself on my memory for faces, but yours is unknown to me. Are you an earnest customer or an inquisitive annoyance? I must be sure of you. Oh. The dance is old, but the name is new. Throw away your daggers, rogue. I have peddled my wares to your kind since the upright thieves stalked the night. Speak, what would you have of this humble merchant? Still to reign the cults, eh, Grandad? We've come for information on a smuggling job. There was this peddler what was caught at the Agran checkpoint moving merchandise for the grinning curs. Pleaded innocence even when he had the screws put to him. You wouldn't know aught about that deal, would you? Maybe that sort of detail. Not a single grain of stolen sand passes through the shadows without my knowledge. But such prickly wisdom lodges tightly in one's throat. What have you brought to ease the pain of its passage? Spare me theatrics, Grandad. Here's your usual purse. A sum is paid. The deal is made. May my answers sate your fickle hunger. Your hapless peddler was indeed innocent. He was but a beast of burden employed by associates with grinning curs, and likely knew naught of his freight's tainted nature. A pawn of pupil, maybe a decoy. There are those amongst my acquaintances who specialize in providing such services. Aye, that's what I thought. The curs wanted that cold to get caught. Now the jackets have had a taste, they'll waste their time yaffling every shite pie that comes through the checkpoints. Meanwhile, the real treasures are hidden away in the dark mountains, along with the grinning curs. While the dark ones, Master Rogue, the mist. Aside from the traveling merchants, the crew associates have spent coin on another piece for this little game. A navigator, one who has practiced in piloting vessels through the Doxies pole. The Doxies? The gods only know how many ships sailed into that fog soup and never came out again. And that's where you say the curs have gone to ground? Now there's a true symbolics. Once their hunted tub was sitting dimmer in the mists, though, it would have been easy to have these associates of theirs ferry the junk goods to Manasia. Then the canny coves just need to wait for the peddler to get boned, draw the glazes of the yellow jackets inland. We need to strike now. As soon as they learn the coast is clear, they'll flee for open waters. Fair appraisal of events. Now that you know the location of your marks, however, it will not be so difficult to track them down. The Doxies pole was once an impenetrable shroud, but ever since the calamity, the mists are far less constant. Now we will search to the heaviest banks, you will soon uncover those who wish to remain unseen. But now a warning, the mist conceal other dangers besides the dogs you seek. A careless step may land you upon the chopping block. A chopping block? You can't mean... Seems I found myself another lead to look into. You hurry on back to Jack and tell him what we've learned so far. Good news is, I'm pretty sure I'm still... Yep, still got returns synced up to Limsa Laminsa. You're looking to head inside? Yes. About time, lad. It's gone so long I almost sent the stray after you. What happened to Underfoot? So our marks and their bitten baubles are snug inside the Doxies pole, eh? I'll not discount the old man's warning, but we may not have a better chance to crash the cars and grab all them treasures. We board their ship right now. You, me, and Vakiri. I suppose we'll be needing ourselves a tug for the voyage. I'll have wits with Swartzen and see what the dry docks can spare us by way of a ship and around the crew. Get your kit together and meet us there. More will be dry docks. Okay. First things first, we're going to go ahead and switch to Wolf Marauder. And go to Lower Anasia, then make our way to Red Rooster's stead from here. What time are we at? 6:24. Okay, I want to wrap this up soon so I can go and make dinner. I just want to check something. Okay, what do they have left? Upper Lenosia for that one. Gladiators, what do you have left? Western Battle. Okay, they're a high enough level to deal with that one now. I will deal, and that one's near Vesper Bay. So when I return there for that quest, I will go ahead and do those ones. Did I not sync up with this Chocobo Keeper? Weird. Hopefully I did do the one for Morgan Bay, because if I can, I'll use that one to get there. Thank the gods you're here. Seems my grandson's sound causing naught but trouble for you. But surely you can... How the lad is feeling. How he's boiling with hate for that murderous beast. The last time when you came along with an avenging angel and showed him the strength of your steel, well, you lit a fire in his belly. Must have got it in his head to take revenge on the beast itself. Daft little bugger. Any road. Once he heard Kujat had been spotted near Airport, why, he shot through that door like an arrow from a bow. I ain't seen him since. I beg of you, find me little Sigurd before he gets himself stomped to death. That big bastard orc spilling more enough of McKinn's blood. Course is clear. We must set out for Airport at once. The little queen's of mine. I'll stand guard at the port gates. You might know something of the lad's whereabouts. Cool. Well, that's that. We now have 2 quests that are taking us to Airport and 1 that takes us to the takes us south. So it'll be. I could have just teleported it anyway, but that would have been more expensive. 100 gil to get there when I can just take this chocobo. Look at his little heart. Look at it. Aw, aren't you a precious baby? Soon we'll have our own precious thing. Yes, we will. Yeah. You're precious. Chicken horse. Away. I do love that detail that they basically made a chicken horse. Eventually it will gain the ability to fly and it'll be a lot easier to get around. But for now, ground travel is all we have. I love how often they've remixed the Chocobo riding song. There's so many different versions, and they're all great. Alright, we're almost there. They'll probably drop us off, well, right with the other Chocobo Keeper. So, right up here. Yep. There we go. Ooh, the Leaves of Morbi. I should take that quest. Set. Greetings, adventurer. Warren represents the Adventurers Guild. It's been stationed here at Warden Bay and responsible for assigning the various tasks that come from the legal and local. Working on something simple or safe, thus I will first gauge the limits of your ability by setting you a trial assignment. Take a moment to peruse the task outlined in this guild league. Do you believe you're up to the challenge? Yes, of course I am. Before I have a word of advice, course of the cores on lightning squares. Use the cores on a crab, which creatures have big claws. I'll quickly do this before we continue the rogue's quest line. We'll make it more likely we'll level up after completing it. Alright. And initiate. Well, that was a light spell. From worship under construction and military keeping ground safe and secure. That's no Star Wars adventure like you was around, clean up the problems one at a time. Doesn't really change much, but hey, level up is a level up. Alright, Jack's got a mission for us. Let's go do it. Alright, Arbert, I've pulled in some favors, and there's a crew that will get us close enough to scamper aboard the Kerr's vessel. You'll be cramped up on that deck. If we try to milk a whole lot at once, we'll soon find ourselves up against a whale. We'll go in quick and quiet and try to knock them off a few at a time. Local, can you give test the sea legs? Alright. Right, I want to see a sunflower. Let's get to work. I'll sink beside us in the captain. Those two back there are yours. Follow me out, please. Stay out here. found you there, found the rest of you. Okay, what ground were offers to first heal with the heal. Captain's almost down. There you go. Jack, I found me one of them treasures. Unless there's another fist-sized blue diamond on board, it's gotta be the Cerulean Star. As for the other two baubles, I've tossed the cabin and been through the hold ilm by ilm, but there's not else here. Well, we'll just have to ask all sweet, like, won't we? Spit it out, Kerr. Where are you keeping the rest of your treasures? Ha! You think I'd spill my guts for the likes of you, rogue? Maybe you wouldn't at that. What about this partner you're working with? How do you... We don't need no partner. So you're telling me this was all your own idea? You woke up one day and decided you'd take a maelstrom of transport right off the coast of the airport, then disappear into the Levin embrace. So the mist's not exactly your style, is it? Recruiting curs are too bleak famous. Being the crew were turning their snouts up in privateering in favor of keeping to the old ways. You've only escaped the L-Jack script this long by crawling on your bellies and snatching scraps what fell from the table. Anytime you sink your teeth into a Navy-owned vessel, no matter the prize. Well, maybe there ain't no profit in being cautious no more. The age of pirates is swift coming to an end. Mirweb won't be stopped. Not by a little crew like mine. That's why we've thrown our lot in with the executioners. That blue rock was just our share of the loot. The scraps from the table, like you said. If you want them other trinkets, then you'll have to take it up with our new mates. One job at a time, lad. First we need to get this stinking coves and their tub back to the docks. Putting aside the issue of who gave the orders, there's no doubt that these was the coves that raided that maelstrom ship. Now for a punishment that fits the crime. I was informed that a certain well-known pirate ship was spotted weighing anchor at the Morby dry docks. I assume that this was your work? Aye, you missed all the excitement, Captain, but never you mind. The Cerulean Star is back, and Bob and our sneaky little fambles. And these must be the grinning curs. Degenerate fiends, how dare you ply your filthy trade in the Minsen waters? How many innocent sailors were massacred that you might sate your vile avarice? Every one of your kind ought to be lined up and shot. A musket ball is the only answer for this rampant display of lawlessness. Wait. Do you mean to just execute him here on the bloody docks? At least take the buggers into custody first. Hand them over to you for lawful punishment to satisfy the demands of the code just as well. We've already got the answers to our questions, so feel free to take them away. Do not presume to give me orders, Rogue. You only managed to capture these villains and their ill-gotten treasure by employing unsavory and unconscionable means. Why, you're not more than pirates yourselves. These bastards ain't worth a true pirate's spit. The upright thieves were formed to protect us from ourselves. Now they're just hunting dogs for the Admiral. Mirva yanks the leash and another buccaneer disappears. You rogues are traitors to your own kind. If it hadn't been for you, go on and blame me and the codes for your own failures. You know what it was about when you defied the code. You know that we'd be after you. We're done here. There are still 2 treasures left, Rogue, and I need to claim them both. I'd reconsider this contest of yours, Captain. Turns out this fish we're trying to hook is a shark, and it might just swallow you whole. She's gonna claim the 2nd treasure, and then we'll claim the 3rd. Because that's how these things go. Anyways. Teleport time. Have I seen a boy wandering about by himself? As a matter of fact, me and my fellow gate guards here just watched the young lad traipsing off to the north. We were arguing whether or not to abandon our post and bring the child back ourselves. Large packs of jackals have been prowling the wilds of late, so if you mean to head after him, pray do so quickly. Else I might even pass along word from Waters Guild. You'll be better off with an extra blade or 2 at your back. Well, there's his water skin. And probably some animals. There's the instance. Have you found sign of Sigurd? He must have been in a desperate hurry indeed to cast away his belongings in such a careless manner. I myself came across this wood axe, a tool the lad took from instead, perhaps. Constable Arbor, over there. These guys is a stick. Somebody catch him! Oh, he's fine. He's fine. It wasn't a big fall. Okay, gotta save the child now. Ardbert? Where the comes to be gone. That was it. Simple dude. Step aside. Just slap them. You resin? Yep. He said they were going to send for extra help. He breathes yet. Withdraw to Red Rooster Step. Follow my lead, Arbert. Did it teleport us there? I hope not. No, it didn't. Good. Pincer maneuver. Oh, hello. And I'm not going to say no to better gear. Even if it looks awful. I'll use a glamour on it. Later. When I have a full set stored away, I will glamour it. Yes, yes. Combat pattern 256 should serve to cover all expected contingencies. You know when you'll have to know about a thaumaturge or two. My drill strategy is complete. Arbor is a good cop. I was unable to calculate for certain if you would piece together my movements in time. Very little certain as so many variables are involved. But there's good news. This prisoner here was kind enough to confirm. The trader who salvaged the morning star's jetson cargo did indeed retrieve a tome after the description of my lost grimoire. Leviton law and policies of Malvine's Gate would support the confiscation of goods connected to an official inspection. Alas, my personal belongings do not fall under that definition. Thus I intend to launch an unofficial offensive against this black marketeer and his cronies. Affairs already departed for Candlekeep Keep. This time I gathered to me such allies as Princess. I count you as one of them, Arthur. By the nature of this endeavor, Mistress Vilgium has offered me her cooperation. If you would pray join me in Ossian's embrace, that is where we shall ambush this district really quick. Despite the nature of this endeavor, blah, blah. Okay. Ocean's Embrace is near Morby. So... I guess we're heading there. I wish I had known I would have gone to Aleport first. Ah well, it's fine. Well, actually I had to go to Red Rooster's stead first anyways, so it's fine. Ken will be so happy when I get a bounce of my own. Your arrival completes our small company. Broke up a ballet trust? We need not wait till his arrival. Once the Kieran appears on the bridge, we spring our ambush. Strategy for trapping our target relies on the 2 allies we have concealed on the other side of the river. This pivots to one is naturally the 4 series idea. As the target himself, the Kirin is known as a careful and cautious fellow. He travels with a small retinue so as to avoid attracting attention. But do not be fooled. More bodyguards follow at a distance, and will likely join the fray after hostilities ensue. Do not, however, expect any assistance from the Yellow Jackets. They cannot be seen aiding us in what amounts to a personal matter. They are willing to turn a blind eye for Klea's sake. In any case, the 4 series tactics account for our limited numbers and individual strength. Victory is always short. Let us take up our positions and wait for Kirin's arrival. We just want her book back, that's all. There doesn't even need to be a fighting, just hand it back. No scary spell set. Strong disability that just on a time on one I'm focused on conquerors with left of healing. Be late for physics 55 for you. However, I start on with 56 for counter time and 56. You know, lone mage can reach untold havoc. Alright. That takes the last now to find the 4 series Grimoire. Yay, we got it. Duty complete. Well executed, everyone. Were you able to retrieve my Grimoire? Harbor, pray hand over the tome. Ruined. My wonderful Grimoire is ruined. Probability of repairing this degree of damage is 0%. Even the most brilliant strategy cannot undo such ravages of seawater. I haven't felt so defeated. Maybe this time I return home. Leave her be. But how can I? He is right, Aristotle. And you must allow Clea time to process the loss. And you have other matters to which you must attend. Come, Arbard. It is time we return to the guild as well. Aww. Poor girl. That actually really does suck. For such an important thing of hers to be damaged beyond repair is just terrible. Just to check something. This speed, I'm gonna get 6,000. Not enough to level up, but we are close to level 25 for this class, so. I think probably just finishing the hunting log will do it. Because that's also 6,000, so, and finishing the whole thing is 10,000. So, yeah, definitely need to finish the hunting log when I next get the opportunity to go to the Waking Sands and go to the nearby place where the enemies that we need to kill for. In fact, no, that's not right. His ones are in Upper Lanosia, which we don't have access to yet. It's Pugilist and Gladiator and Thaumaturge. They all have bloated bones. Right? Yeah, so we'll deal with those when we go over there, because there'll be a lot more options. And I should really get the rest of the hunting log, like, up. Maybe there's a tick-off box I can use. It also tells me where I need to go, like specific coordinates. You brought him home. I don't got the words to thank you. The lad's past the worst of it. He struck his head in the fall, though, and it may be some time before he opens his eyes. Thank you for coming, brother. If you hadn't scared those jackals when you did. I have done naught to earn your thanks. When I learned the situation from Aleport, I realized the dangers were greater than I had anticipated. No single marauder could have hoped to fend off such numbers in time. Pray accept my apologies, Nenard. You turned to us for help, and yet your grandson now lies before you, broken and battered. But he's alive! You risked your lives to save Lil Sigurd. How's a man to find fault with that? It's me who ought to be begging forgiveness for the wounds you took protecting the foolish boy. You needn't concern yourself with our well-being. Our training prepares us for such eventualities. There is not more we can accomplish here, Arbor. It is time we return to the guild and focus on other tasks. First to the warriors, to the marauders, rather. I'll keep mixing it up probably forever. Where else is Zoe? I'm glad the lad will live, but I fear this will not be the last time Sigurd abandons caution and his thirst for vengeance against Kujata. The wound in his heart festers and feeding his impatience at our seeing in action. We must not think ill of him. Instead, let his helpless rage be as a spur to our efforts. Say again, Arbor, Kujata will fall by your hand, and I will shape you into the deadly weapon you need to be. Do I? I don't have that, so that's a yes. Not quite the victory we imagined, was it? The moment Kalia beheld her soaking-clad grimoire, you could see the light of hope dawning in her eyes. There's sure something we can do. I will call on your aid soon, but in the meantime, you would do well served to deepen your knowledge of our calendar. go. Go south. You're looking to head inside? Yes. Benny, work on that ship, Arbor. First blood is ours. How'd you take to find the sea? There are few as can drop an opponent as quick as a rope. Mind you don't exhaust yourself just flailing your blades at tougher coves. And that goes double for when you have mates on your flank. If you notice yourself starting to flag, there's not wrong with pulling back from time to time and staggering attacks with each other to keep the pressure on. I said it for Colt, but I'll need you sharp enough to carve steel for what's to come. I'm afraid this will be more of a challenge than even what that little shrew was bargaining for. That's when the curves was in line with the executioners, and the executioners are who I blade think they are. Twixt you and me, though, I'm hoping the name is just some laughable coincidence. Well, which class is now the lowest? Arcanist is the only one that isn't level 21 or higher. So, he gets the honor of being the one returning the quest with. Let's use the for ticket. We might as well as use it until we run out. We're gonna be coming back here so many times. I can't wait till we can do that. Just take a moment and fly into the sky. Fortunately, you can't do that until you finish the main scenario. Originally, you couldn't at all in earlier areas of the game, but they added the feature later because they realized it wasn't really fair to restrict where you could fly. Welcome back, Albert. Were the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you had hoped? Each nation has separate problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. What if there were more of you, Albert? You must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officer your answer. Elsewhere, in Oldal.
The gods only know what Grand Company our adventurer friend will keep.
Probably should have made that our final destination then.
The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Yeah, her voice. The voices are much better later on. Reborn voices aren't.
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies.
I mean, yeah.
As though the Calamity and 7th Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alize, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the 7th Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You can feel free to.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady!
We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Well then. I'm joining the storm. How was the Admiral's speech? Have you not explained? As you stand before me now, is answer enough. You resolved to join the Maelstrom, have you not? That's the spirit, lad. With allies like you, how much stronger is our crew? Let's brave the seas together, friend. Now the choice is made, it is time to add your name to our rolls. Make your way to Maelstrom Command back in Limsa. It is on the upper decks, in case you've forgotten. It will send word to our personnel officer to expect you. The duties of a Maelstrom officer can be both arduous and challenging, but I promise you, you will not regret this choice. May your passage be swift and your bearing sure. What am I doing? Can't use return yet, so that means we'll have to manually teleport there. Oh well. We'll finish this quest and then I'm taking a break. I need to make dinner. Hail, adventurer. What business have you at Maelstrom Command? My name is Arbor Zem. I believe you are expecting me. Arbor Zem, I, a recruitment officer, sent word of your coming. It shall be my honor to induct you into the ranks of the Maelstrom. Now, before I can accept your oath, you must be made aware of several... Sir! Why is it private? And this had better be important. Sir, we've received a report from a lookout in Lower Lenosia, sir. Imperial forces have fired upon a high-wind Skyways airship. The vessel is in bad way, sir. Appears to be banking for an emergency landing in Cedarwood. Cedarwood? Damn it, we have no troops available in the area. The bulk of our infantry is bogged down on the coast, skirmishing with the fishbacks. Azem, this is highly regular, but I fear your first duty as service to Maelstrom must needs be unofficial. If our man in Lower Lenosia is correct, the airship will come down in territory crawling with Imperial scouts. If there are any survivors, we must reach them before the Garleans do. Make haste to Cedarwood, locate the airship, and if any of its occupants are alive, make sure they come to no further harm. We'll see about swearing you in upon your return. Okay, yeah, I think this is a good place to stop, actually. So, yeah, we'll be taking a proper, full break here, ending the stream, and I will come back in like an hour or two to continue. So, until then, as always, I've been Sparks, and I hope you have a lovely day. See yas!